Fox Sports Ohio, brought to you by Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. By Chevy. Check out our award-winning Chevy lineup only in your tri-state Chevy dealer. And by Skyline Chili, feeling good. It's Skyline time. (9:45) just about Eastern time, and a big crowd on hand tonight despite better than a 2-hour rain delay for opening night in Cincinnati. Let's take a look at the Pirates starting lineup under their manager Clint Hurdle, presented by Lexus. Cincinnati native Josh Harrison, Gregory Polanco, Andrew McCutchen has started. Neil Walker, Starling Marte, Pedro Alvarez in the middle. Cervelli, Mercer, and Cole, the latter third, against right-hander Mike Leake.
Now, Mike Leake with 20 quality starts last year. He is under the radar as one of the more dependable pitchers out there. Had a good spring, had no surprises at his spring training where he came up with a bad arm or had to sit out or anything like that. He just went about his business. The main business for Leake, trying to improve on that changeup of his.
In the air, left center field, Marlon Byrd is there on the top spin line drive that lands in his glove. And that's the way this one gets underway in Cincinnati. We take a look at the Reds defense, and my, oh my, was it good on opening day. It was great last year. Presented by Ford, Byrd, Hamilton, Bruce, left center and right. Frazier, Cozart on the left side, Brandon and Joey on the right side, Leake and Mesoraco the battery. You know, what a day for Josh Harrison. Into a 4-year contract. Began the year, you may remember, last year as a backup player. Wound up being the ultimate Mr. Versatility before they finally made him their everyday third baseman. Wound up second in the league in hitting. And the pride of Princeton High School and the University of Cincinnati rewarded with that deal today. Congratulations, Josh Harrison. Votto back up on the second hop. 2 gone. Saw the numbers on Leake. 11 wins, 13 losses, despite a very fine 3.7 ERA. Chris told you a short while ago. Career high in starts and innings pitched for Mike Leake, as well as strikeouts.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the type of workload that's going to have an adverse effect on him here in 2015. I think that you're just seeing Mike Leake now get to the plateau of his career as far as what he can do every 5th day, be dependable. And this is what he lives by: contact and ground balls.
First pitch swinging McCutchen, and that'll do it in the Pirate first. 1, 2, 3 for Leake. Billy Hamilton will lead it off when we return. Scoreless, just underway. Perhaps some showers later. We're hoping much later. And the weather provided by Local 12, your weather authority. Very comfortable temperatures. Low 60s, a little bit of humidity in the air. Reds are coming to bat. Let's take a look at their starting lineup presented by Meyer. Billy Hamilton, Joey Votto, Todd Frazier. Devin Mesoraco in a cleanup spot. Jay Bruce homered on opening day. He's in right, followed by the former Pirate Marlon Byrd. A latter third of Brandon Phillips, Zach Cozart, Mike Leake. Against 24-year-old right-hander, the #1 pick overall, going back to 2011, is Garrett Cole.
Well, he only threw 138 innings last year because he spent some time on the disabled list. But he is healthy now. He came back in September, threw the ball very well. The Reds know that. And this guy is really the opposite type of pitcher that you see with Mike Leake. He's all about the #1 draft pick. Hard thrower, big body, 6 feet 4 inches tall, 245 pounds. Fastball rushes up there anywhere between 92 and 97 miles an hour. The adjustment that Cole made towards the end of last year and began to make in spring training, and a lot of his starts in spring training were on the backfields, he's beginning to elevate his fastball a little more, looking for strikeouts.
Easy play there for the converted third baseman, now first baseman Alvarez, and Hamilton taken care of to begin the Reds' first inning. Pirates on defense presented by Ford. McCutchen flanked by youngsters Marte and Polanco in the outfield. Alvarez, after 4 straight opening days as a third baseman, now a first baseman after really getting a case of the yips last year. He had 25 errors. 24 of the 25 were throwing errors. Now Joey Votto, he looks at ball 1.
Hey, you still have to throw the ball at first base, but nowhere near as much as you do, obviously, when you're playing third.
But apparently it was still an issue in spring training, throwing the ball to second base on potential double plays. Votto had a nice opening day, 4 at-bats, 2 hits, including a big one in front of the tie-breaking 3-run game-winning home run by Todd Frazier.
That was kind of a wind-up swing for Votto. I mean, he was cutting it loose on that one. As he gets deeper into the count, he shortens his swing, shortens his approach, and thinks about left field a little bit more. Choking up quite a bit.
1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Just off the outside corner at 99 miles per hour. Oh, my.
Easy gas, too. I mean, you compare his delivery to other guys that throw in the upper 9, like Aroldis Chapman. He just kind of rocks and fires.
Good. Strike 3 called, and Votto not sure about that one from the home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook. 2 up, 2 down in the Reds' first.
Now look at the action on this fastball. It looks like it's going to hit him in the belt buckle, and it comes right back over to get the inside corner right there. That is a pitch that you can throw at any speed and be effective. But when you throw it at 95, that's a whole nother dimension.
Todd Frazier 1 hit on opening day, but it was the big one. 2-2 game in the 8th inning. A 3-run blast off to the second deck in left field off Watson for the game winner. Aroldis Chapman came on in the 9th, retired the side 1-2-3 with a couple of strikeouts to get the save for Jumbo Diaz, who only faced 1 batter in the 8th inning and picked up the win. No doubt about this.
He clobbered it. Fastball up by Tony Watson, a left-hander, and Frazier was ready for it. You kind of tell early in the at-bat that if he got a pitch up, he was going to hit it hard.
Three balls and a strike on Frazier.
Might as well let it rip right here.
Broke his bat. That ball ran in on his hands at 95 miles per hour.
You know, Garrett Cole has a type of 2-seam fastball with so much movement and such velocity that he can tell you that it's coming. And if he puts it in a good spot, there's not a whole lot you're going to do about it. Like that pitch right there. 3-1 pitch. Frazier's looking fastball. Cole's throwing fastball. Gets an inner third, runs in on his hands, and there's not a thing you can do.
Frazier with a new piece of lumber, and the 3-2 is fouled away. We'll do it again. Well, if you're just joining us, our Fox box tells you it's the bottom of the first inning, and that's correct. Scheduled first pitch 7:10. Longer than 2.5 hours we waited to get this one underway due to rain. And here we are, just getting warmed up. And it's 1-0 Cincinnati. Frazier plays long ball again.
Well, the difference between the previous pitch where it broke his bat and this one is this is up and out over the plate, almost in the same spot that Frazier had one where he launched the one against Tony Watson on opening day. Boy, hard to sneak a fastball by him.
Frazier now with 13 home runs in his career against Pirates pitching, and that's more for him than against any other team. Jam shot roller cut off by Harrison, and Devin Mesoraco thrown out, but a good start for the home team. Todd Frazier, his last 2 at-bats, not too shabby. 1-0 Cincinnati. All year long with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Get MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or tablet. Todd Frazier homers in the Reds' first inning. So 1-0 Cincinnati in front. Pirates have Neil Walker to be followed by Starling Marte, and then Pedro Alvarez against Mike Lee, who had a 1-2-3 first inning. And that one will roll foul. 1-1 to Walker. Neil Walker grew up just outside of Pittsburgh, grew up rooting for the Pirates his whole life. Had a chance to meet Roberto Clemente among some of the other greats as a kid. And he set an all-time Pirates franchise record for a second baseman last year when he clubbed 23 home runs and knocked in 76 runs. He's become a very, very good player.
Well, he's one of the guys on the right side of the Pirates infield that they will have to make a decision on next year. Yep. After the season, due to make a lot of money, is Neil Walker, 29 years old now. And will they keep him? I mean, one reason why you would is because he's a Pittsburgh guy. But if you read maybe a little deeper into that extension to Josh Harrison, they may not be telling Josh Harrison, you're our third baseman for the next 4 years. They may say, well, because you can play everywhere, if we need a second baseman, we've got guys signed.
So leadoff walk here in the Pirates' second inning issued to Neil Walker.
Now Walker is not a free agent at the end of the year, but he is arbitration eligible. He won't be a free agent until 2017.
Starling Marte played 135 games a year ago, hit .291, 13 home runs, knocked in 56, stole 30 bases. Behind strike one.
If you're really a student of the Pittsburgh Pirates or of hitting, you may see a difference here with Starling Marte. He is trying to change his batting stroke a little bit. He's trying to become a little bit quieter at the plate and really eliminating a lot of that leg kick and leg stride that he has. So he's got a wider stride right now. Really just picks his front foot up and puts it back down. What we're talking about right there, you pick it up real quick just so that you kind of get your weight shifted right and put it back down. Tall guy, long arms, long swing. In the big leagues, you have to tighten it up.
Runner at first, nobody out. 0-2 on Marte, and Leake will look over his left shoulder into the plate. Lined hard into center, but Hamilton there.
Hey, got away with one right there. Mike Leake did. 0-2 pitch, trying to get that ball down and away to maybe have Marte roll over it and get a ground ball. Caught it a little bit up in the zone, but got an out of it.
You know, you brought up the Pirates having to make a decision about Neil Walker. They, in the much sooner future, will have to make a decision about this guy, Pedro Alvarez. Very low batting average every year, really, really low. 2 years ago, he made up for it by clubbing a league-high 36 home runs. He had half that total last year. Was their regular third baseman most of the season. Got hurt. Had already lost his job at third to Josh Harrison. And then got hurt in September and missed the remainder of the season, thus the 122 games. You know, every team in baseball looks at Alvarez and says, we could get this guy straightened out. Executing that plan is a different story.
Well, with the strikeout totals and the low batting average and the home run power, he reminds you a little bit of Adam Dunn. Maybe not with quite as many home runs. He's had as many as 36. He's had 30 the year before that he hit 36 in 2012. But Dunn, you're always hoping that he would knock around 40. Of course, home runs are down last year like they've been trending down the last few years.
And they were really down for Alvarez. This ball is hit a mile into left center field, and that's up against the wall. Rounding third and coming in with a tying run is Walker, and it's a 1-1 game here in the second inning on an RBI double by Alvarez.
But right now they're getting some pretty good swings on Mike Leake. even the outs that they've recorded, the first out of the ball game, Harrison hit a line drive right at the left fielder, line drive by Marte before Alvarez, and he just sways back and swats this ball big time in the left center field gap.
That is the first hit of this young season for Alvarez. It drives in a run, and now the number 7 hitter, one of the newest Pirates this season, takes over for Russell Martin is Francisco Cervelli. Don't know what happened there.
It looked like it was a cross-up. It did not look like Devin Mesoraco was expecting a breaking ball by the way he went after that pitch. And with a man on second base, that's probably the first guess that you make, because he switched the signs around, of course, to keep the runner from relaying them to the hitter, and one of them got it mixed up.
Reds bring their infield in. Go ahead run stands at third base with 1 out, a ball and a strike on Cervelli. And now Leake ahead at 1-2. The Pirates very much like Cervelli as an offensive player. Many will tell you they've not seen him enough through spring training to make their determination quite yet behind the plate. Comes over from the Yankees after Martin signed the big free agent deal to go to Toronto. And you wonder, Chris, what kind of hit that will be when all is said and done for this Pirate team. Martin, a real leader, on and off the field.
I really kept the pitching staff together, and it's a pitching staff that needs to pitch really at the top of its game.
2-2. Got him swinging. That's a big out for Mike Leake. 2 are out in the inning.
Big out right there. He missed with the fastball the pitch before. He came right back with the 4-seamer up again. That's our Cholula hot sauce fastball flamethrower of the night. For Mike Leake, right around 90 miles an hour. Plenty enough in the right spot to get it by Cervelli.
I was just going to ask you what you think about when you're facing Garrett Cole intentionally walking, even though it's only the 2nd inning. Would you think about walking the number 8 batter to face Cole in the on-deck circle? And that decision has already been made by Brian Price.
Well, Mercer's had a little bit of a measure of success in the past against Mike Leake. He's faced him 13 times, but he's got 4 hits. So, you know, why even take a chance right there?
A 1-1 game. Runners on the corners, 2 out. And now Garrett Cole, the batter. This inning began with a walk by Leake on Neil Walker, and he came all the way around to score on the double by Alvarez.
You know, a lot of times in the National League, pitchers are told to go up there and take a strike, take a pitch, you know, because we don't think you're going to get a hit anyway, except in a situation like this. That may be the best one he's going to see.
Those are not terrible numbers. They're not great.
So they're somewhere in between terrible and great.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I don't know if there's any truth to this. I've always sort of debated whether or not a 200 batting average for a pitcher is actually a good batting average. So if 200 is good, under 100's terrible. 174, I guess, is not bad.
Yeah.
If you buy that 200 thing. Do you buy that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
Cole ahead in the count, 2-1.
Hey, it doesn't really look like he's ready to swing the bat.
Runners at first and third, 2 out in a 1-1 game. 3 balls and a strike. Well, you made the comment after the first pitch it might be the best one he sees. He might see another one on this 3-1 count. And he swung the bat that time and came up empty. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
I think the follow through on that swing may have nicked Mesoraco.
Payoff pitch coming, pitcher to pitcher. Inning over. But the Pirates tie the game after a leadoff walk. Alvarez drives in Walker. 1-1. We head for the bottom of the second. Serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELCO-OHIO. We know the story with the Reds last year in 1-run games. The most losses among all major league teams. They played the second most and they lost the most. 38 defeats against 22 wins in those 1-run decisions. Well, at least going into this one with Cole against Leake, you figure on a low-scoring affair. Yet here we are, each team with a run after an inning and a half. Jay Bruce, Marlon Byrd, Brandon Phillips coming up. Todd Frazier clubbing a home run if you're just tuning in the bottom of the first inning. Bruce hit a long home run on opening day, also drew a walk. Gets by Alvarez, and Bruce will reach safely. 25 errors, we mentioned, as a third baseman a year ago for Alvarez. But 24 of the 25 were throwing errors. He just kicked this one.
Well, one of the things you get used to as a first baseman rather than third is your footwork. Not only footwork around the bag, but footwork to get to it right there, and trying to square himself up as he gets near the line. He just looked very awkward doing it.
Marlon Byrd made his Reds debut, made a great defensive play out in left field in that 8th inning on Monday. 0 for 4 as a batter. Ryan Price made the comment in spring training he wants to see a more aggressive Reds team on the base pass. Now that can be interpreted any number of different ways. But the Reds have long felt that Jay Bruce is a guy, when healthy, that is capable of stealing a few more bases perhaps than he has in the past. Can you run on Garrett Cole?
Well, you can. Other teams did last year. They had 21 successful stolen bases, 5 caught stealing.
Of course, last year that was Russell Martin behind the plate, and now Cervelli. And Martin, by all accounts, is considered a better defender, although Cervelli, we're told, has a really strong arm.
Yes, he does.
There goes Bruce, and it's pulled foul. You and I were talking before the game today. You know, you watch that Cardinals Cubs game on opening day. It's well documented. John Lester, the Cubs starter, formerly with Boston, a short while with Oakland. A case of the yips, throwing the ball from time to time from the mound over to first to try and hold a runner close. The Cardinals clearly had made the decision going into that game. They were going to run. Now against Lester, you have to get guys on base, and they did that. The first attempted stolen base, Matt Carpenter, was thrown out. They never stopped. Continued to run. Stole 4 bases in that game. Perhaps the Reds a similar game plan against Cole. We'll see. Double play ball here.
Now, that's one reason why you do run, to stay out of the double play. But remember, with a guy like Garrett Cole out there, who is capable of a lot of strikeouts. He had more strikeouts last year, or just as many as he did innings pitched. You run into a potential double play, strike him out, throw him out as well. But I see your point about the game plan. I mean, if you believe in that game plan, you're going to run against a guy like John Brett Lester. Don't let one throw him out. Shut your game plan down.
Brandon Phillips, a fly ball to McCutchen, and that'll do it. An error, nobody left. End of 2, a 1-1 game.
1-1 our score. Reds and Pirates on Fox Sports Ohio. I'm Jim Day. Familiar face seen with the Reds today. That would be Homer Bailey. Had it not been for offseason surgery, Homer Bailey would be making the start tonight as the #2 starter for the Reds. But all signs on the good side for Homer Bailey right now. He threw in Arizona on Monday, threw 75 pitches, the equivalent of 5 innings. And all went well there. Next plan is with the team today. There you see him. He took batting practice. Pitchers love to do that. Next plan is on the 12th. He will throw in a game right now tentatively at AAA, weather permitting. And if all goes well, we could see Homer Bailey on the next road trip in St. Louis. That's when he would make his first start of 2015. All on the positive side so far, guys.
Great news indeed, Jim Dave. Thank you very much. We'll be checking in with Jim throughout the rest of the night and the entire year. There's a bouncer by the leadoff man, third baseman Josh Harrison. Thrown out by Kozart to start the third inning of a 1-1 game. Gregory Polanco bounced out to Joey Votto in the first. 1 of 5 to begin this 2015 campaign. Polanco the last couple of years has been billed as the Pirates' #1 prospect. When they brought him to the major leagues a couple of months into last year, he had a hit in 11 straight games. Another roller to Votto, 2 up and 2 down. And then Chris, you talk about it all the time. Scouting report gets around. The next thing you know, Polanco is striking out at a very alarming rate before turning it on at the end of the year.
You know, you start. What happens is they find out a little scouting report and they start exposing you. Then the hitter tries harder and he's trying harder and harder, and then he falls into some mechanical defects like flying open, dragging his bat, whatever it is, and it's a tailspin that it's hard to get out of. But he did come out and hit the ball very well in the last month of the year.
Andrew McCutchen, a first pitch ground out to third, ending the opening inning. But boy, like the Pirates, McCutchen loves coming to Cincinnati. 2 for 4 on Monday. That one taken low and away. And he has just worn out Reds pitching in this ballpark. He has a hit in each of his last 11 games. A streak that began in September all the way back of 2013. And during that time, a .409 batter, 5 home runs, 11 runs scored, 5 doubles, a triple, and 9 runs batted in. Hamilton to his right, and the side retired in order. Reds coming up in a 1-1 game after 2.5. national team takes on Mexico. The Americans looking to extend a 4-year unbeaten streak against their historic rivals. That'll be from the sold-out Alamo Dome. Coverage begins Wednesday at 8:30 Eastern only on Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning after a rain delay of over 2.5 hours before this one began. Zach Cozart, Mike Leake back to the top of the order in Billy Hamilton against Garrett Cole. 1-1 game. Reds got a home run by Frazier in the second. Pedro Alvarez, an RBI double to drive in Neil Walker in the second inning. That ball launched into deep left center field by Cozart, and that bangs off the top of the wall, a stand-up double.
Well, I thought
that's nice to see.
I thought he had one right there. That's got to feel awfully good for Zach Cozart. Worked very hard in spring training, got a pitch right down Broadway and did something with it.
Cozart, one of the easiest guys on this Reds team to root for. He is a real fine young man, and just had a terrible offensive 2014. Mike Leake handles the bat quite well. Pulls the bat away. He also has a good eye at the plate. He's just a good hitter.
Well, that makes you a good bunter too. I mean, he's obviously going to be up there at a bunt to try to move the runner over. What Brian Price might be thinking, say, well, we'll give him one swing to move the runner over. If he doesn't do that, then he's got to lay it down. But if you start bunting at pitches that are out of the zone, you'll never be a good bunter.
Leake had 2 home runs last year, and one of them came against guess who? Batman.
I'll tell you what, though, if he just lays a hard bunt down towards the shortstop, he's got all sorts of ground there to find a hole right in here.
Bunted perfectly by Leake on a 2-0 pitch, and the go-ahead run now stands 90 feet away on the sacrifice. Well done. We saw the Reds bring their infield in with a runner at third in a 1-1 game in the second inning. Pirates will do the same here in the third. Fastball high to Billy Hamilton. Ball 1. Hamilton tapped out to Alvarez, the first baseman leading off the game. Borderline pitch there, knee hung on the outside corner. Sam Holbrook says strike 1. Jim Riggleman, the Reds' new third base coach, whispers in the ear of Cozart. And Hamilton gone swinging, 2 away.
All the swing and miss pitches in this at bat with that little slider down. 2 of them on the inner part of the plate like that. 1 backdoor slider that he got a little extra part of the strike zone on the first strike.
Pirates will back their infield up. Not quite the dramatic shift against Votto this time. Go ahead run at third with 2 away. In the dirt, and the Reds will take the lead 2-1 on a wild pitch. How about that?
Well, in a series in which we've seen few runs scored so far, obviously we've only played one game. But the Pirates have given up one run on a balk and another run on a wild pitch.
Well, the Reds have their second lead of this one early on. We're in the third, and now the Pirates will go to their regular defensive alignment with the bases empty. 3 infielders on the right side, and the third baseman moves all the way over to the right side. Mercer stays put at short. 2-1 to Votto, who is called out on strikes his first time up. There are very few starters in Major League Baseball that throw as hard as Garrett Cole. He's not just hitting 99. He's been pitching anywhere from 95 to 97. This guy can bring it. And not bad with the off-speed repertoire.
You know, in this inning is the first inning he's broken out his changeup. He's not thrown it for a strike yet. He did throw one in this at bat to Votto, and it came in at 85. So once he puts that third pitch into his repertoire, look out. That's what that one pitch is. Cervelli's having a hard time catching him.
I'm starting to say, I wonder if he's all that crazy about an expanded repertoire from Cole.
Well, these guys have not done all that much work together.
Hit hard. Harrison stays with it and gets the out. That's a nice play by Harrison. That goes 5-3, third baseman to the first baseman. But the Reds break the 1-1 tie and lead by a run at the end of 3. Day after tomorrow, Friday, the Cardinals are in town. Stick around after the game for the first Fireworks Friday. We have one here tonight for opening night. Series presented by United Dairy Farmers. 381 REDS 4 tickets. It's going to be a fun weekend. First time the Reds and the Cardinals will get together. Cardinals were shut out by Jake Arrieta and the Chicago Cubs today. 2-0 the final. They have one more to go in that series tomorrow, even at a game apiece. Lance Lynn, the tough luck loser for the Redbirds. Reds lead here 2-1. And Walker fouls it out of play. Count of 0-2. Walker walked, leading off the second inning, and scored the only Pirates run of the game.
You know, Tom, when you told that interesting story about Walker being from Pittsburgh, I think you mentioned that it was Walker that met Roberto Clemente.
Yes.
But you meant to say it was his father that met Roberto Clemente.
I apologize.
And I knew that's what you meant, and I wanted to wait till Neil came back up. And as on cue, Mike leaked dispatches of him, so we got the story straight, and he can take a piece of pie.
That's why I can always count on my main man, Chris Welsh, all the time.
You better believe it.
I don't know about all the time,
well,
but certainly a lot of the time.
That's why we're partners.
Yes. And you know I'm with you wintertime. There's a ball down low.
Sometimes when your dad gets on me, though, I got to make sure you have my back. That's the most important time.
And do I or don't I?
Most of the time you do.
I thought it was a little more than most of the time. I thought it was all the time.
Somewhere between most of the time and all the time.
2-1 on Marte. He hit the ball right on the nose his first time up, but it landed right in the mitt of Billy Hamilton. Down the left field line, hit hard again. This one will one-hop the wall. And in with a stand-up one-out double is Marte.
Well, Marte's hit it hard twice. In fact, I think he hit the ball that he made an out on in the second, and even harder than that ball. Oh, that was hit hard enough to stay straight down the left field line. Now, you may want to pitch a little carefully here to Pedro Alvarez, the left-hander. Hit it off the base of the wall in left center field last time. It looks like he's seeing it pretty good.
Pops this one up. Frazier, the Lone Ranger on the left side of the Reds infield as they played Alvarez to pull, and that's out number 2 of the inning. Reds 2, Pirates 1. Tying run in scoring position is Starling Marte. And now Francisco Cervelli, a big out for Leake, you may remember, in the second. With a runner at third and only one out. Against a drawn-in infield, Leake fanned the Pirate catcher. Obviously, you have Central Division rivals in this series to begin the year. We talked about the series between the Cubs and the Cardinals. The other team on the outside of division play to begin the year, the Milwaukee Brewers. Lost their first 2 games of the year, and they have just given up a lead in the 8th inning, trailing Colorado 4-2. So perhaps by night's end, a couple of surprising series to begin the year would be Colorado 3-0 in Milwaukee. It would be Atlanta 3-0 in Miami. 2 balls, no strikes on Cervelli. Right down the middle, 2-1.
I think that Milwaukee would be really more surprising than anything, Tom, given the fact that, you know, Milwaukee's always played well at home, and no one's expecting the Colorado Rockies to do much at all this year. And you lose with your first 3 starters, at least the games that were started by your top 3 starters, gives you cause to wonder if you're up in Milwaukee. Of course, you're just now getting Ryan Braun back. He was supposed to play tonight. I did not see whether he was in the ball game or not. I'm not sure they're completely healthy, but.
Well, you wouldn't be surprised if any team went to Denver to begin the year and went 0-3. But against a Rockies team traditionally, which really struggles on the road, That is a surprise. Fly ball deep right center field. Hamilton giving chase, and this will bring in the tying run. RBI double with 2 outs by Cervelli. A 2-2 affair. They are hitting some balls very hard tonight against Mike Leake.
Just a little bit off with the control, as you can see. You see where Mesoraco wanted it, down and away, and the ball just kind of floated back out over the center of the plate. And there's your offense from Cervelli. Mercer's going to lead the league in intentional walks.
Two in a row to the Pirate shortstop here tonight. Cole will have a chance once again to break a tie when he will bat momentarily with 2 on and 2 out. Well, for those of you that weren't with us earlier, we told you that Mike Leake beat Garrett Cole in a head-to-head matchup at the big league level last year. Well, these two guys have a little history going back to their days in the Pac-10 conference.
You got to remember that Garrett Cole here was a freshman. Mike Leake was exiting as a junior on his way to becoming a draft pick of the Reds that year. #1 pick and go right to the major leagues. And I made the comment in the open time when we talked about it. I'm wondering if that game, as good as it was, I mean, UCLA had a good team. 12 strikeouts. What if that was the game where maybe the Reds had a whole bunch of their cross-checkers and their decision makers there to watch, along with a lot of other people, and they weren't scared off at all by Mike Leake's physique. I mean, he's 5'11" or 5'10", and you know most #1 draft picks are 6'4", and they weigh 245 pounds, like Garrett Cole. But he showed enough in that game to warrant being picked #1. And it's been an awfully good pick.
One in, 2 on, 2 out. 2-2 game. We're in the top of the 4th inning after 2.5 hours waiting through the rain. Hitting over. 2 hits, a run, 2 left. Reds have the heart of the order coming up in a 2-2 game.
Todd Frazier, both epic. 432 feet, game-winning home run on opening day. And then his first at-bat tonight, he does it again after a curtain call on opening day. How about another second deck job? This one 440 feet. Estimated 872 feet between the both of them. He set the lead off this half inning, so who knows? Could it be 3 in a row? By the way, guys, that was home runs 2,498 and 2,499 in the history of Great American Ballpark. The next one will be 2,500.
Been a whole pile of them here since 2003. Well, the pitch clock, if you will, in between innings is off. Well, right now in left center field, or maybe it's expired.
No, they do that when the pitcher or the catcher make the last out of the inning, because they realize it takes a little longer for those guys to get back out to their positions and get ready. I just learned that too.
Tell you what, we did see a much more rapid pace of play even during spring training games.
Yeah, I agree. We did. You didn't see any hitters arguing or, not going along with the rule. But we also didn't see very many in the middle of the inning pitching changes either.
Yep. But for what it's worth, and it's only one day of games, I saw where the other day on opening day there was a pretty decent drop-off time of game average over last year. Last year was the first time in the history of Major League Baseball that the average time of game was over 3 hours.
Yeah.
2-0 to Frazier. 2-1.
I know that there's a lot of ways you can speed it up, but do you think that sabermetrics perhaps has something to do with games being longer now than they used to be?
In what way?
Just from the way that the hitters want to work the count more. They want to take more pitches. Joey Votto's a great example of a guy that has long at bats because he sees lots of pitches. And you see some teams like the Boston Red Sox or the Oakland A's where the entire lineup does that.
Of course, the other part about that is the flip side would be sabermetrics prompting many teams into defensive shifts. And are you taking away more base runners on what would have been base hits? Boy, Frazier is all over it tonight again. That ball stalled into left field. So a home run and a single for the Reds' third baseman.
In the entire at bat, he saw almost every pitch was a breaking ball. And then right here, either Cervelli or Garrett Cole thought, you know what, after all these breaking balls, I think I could sneak a fastball by him.
We brought up earlier, we posed the question, knowing the success that teams had when they got on base trying to steal against Cole last year. Would the Reds run a little bit? Well, Mesoraco first pitch swinging a broken bat. A tapper back to the mound, and Frazier in scoring position with one away. Frazier, you may remember, stole 20 bases last year. Two runs, 3 hits for the Pirates, 2 runs, 3 hits for the Redlegs, and now Bruce with a chance to give the Reds what would be their third lead of the game.
If you check out where the second baseman Neil Walker's playing, he's so deep. It's not really a shift, but he's playing so deep out there that you're almost preventing a base hit that'll score a run rather than shifting Bruce, trying to make sure you get him out of first base, because Walker might be able to field something, but by the time he throws to first base, Bruce might be able to beat it out for an infield hit, but Frazier will score from second.
2 balls and a strike on Jay Bruce. Todd Frazier, the go-ahead run in scoring position with one away here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Jay reached on an error by the first baseman Alvarez his first time up. Three and one. Came out of his shoes on that swing, and Cole pulled the string on Jay Bruce. A full count.
Nothing wrong with guessing on a 3-1 count, looking for a fastball, and if you get something else, so what? I mean, you almost have to cheat a little bit to catch up with that 97-mile-an-hour heat anyway.
Re-enter the count, and it's ball 4 to Jay Bruce. That is a first walk issued in the game by the Pirate right-hander. 2 on, 1 out. Well, for Red, it's a home run off that Toyota side tonight at right center during our game tonight. Rafael Gonzalez of Florence, Kentucky will win that beautiful Tundra. And why not register for your chance to win? Just stop by your Cincinnati and or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Good luck, Rafael. Marlon Byrd now has a chance to get his first hit and knock in his first run wearing a Reds uniform, and a hit could give him the lead. Last year, Reds left fielders as starters only hit 10 home runs. Byrd, their left fielder, of course, now this year after coming over in the trade, clubbed 25 home runs and knocked in 85 runs a year ago. They'd be more than happy with that kind of production from Byrd this year. Oh, 2.
Pretty much a perfect pitch right here. Byrd looking for something, just trying to drive that ball a little bit into the outfield, and I mean, that is as good as it gets.
Third strikeout of the game for Cole. There are 2 away in the inning, and now Brandon Phillips will have a chance with 2 on. Brandon went after the first pitch in his only at bat back in the second inning, and in a routine fly ball to Andrew McCutchen. Like Marlon Byrd, Brandon looking for his first hit of this 2015 year. That's a nasty slider on the outside corner, a strike. Todd Frazier, the runner out at second base. It is Jay Bruce leading at first, and right back up the middle into center field, and this will give the Reds the lead. On to third goes Bruce. Scoring is Frazier. Brandon Phillips delivers. 3-2 Redlegs.
Well, Garrett Cole is going to look back at this game tape and he's going to say, you know what, I'm making mistakes and I'm making them with my fastball. And even though you throw 96 and 97 miles an hour and you throw them down the middle after a terrific looking breaking pitch, Brandon Phillips, patient, takes it right back through the box. Doesn't try to do too much with it. It picks up a very valuable 2-run batted in. That's good hit.
Cozart hit one to the left center field wall, just missing, banging it out of here. His only time up. He wound up scoring on a wild pitch for the Reds' second run of the game. And the Reds, by the way, now have their third lead of this game against Garrett Cole. 1-0, 2-1, now 3-2. The body language of Garrett Cole tells you frustration.
Yeah, I think he's frustrated with himself, with the catcher, and maybe a couple of umpire calls.
3 balls and no strikes. And all of a sudden that pitch count, which just a couple of batters ago really did not look all that bad.
No.
But now all of a sudden in the 4th inning, this will be number 64 of the game. Well, if you're Cozart here, we'll see what he decides to throw him with a pitcher on deck, but you got to be looking to come out of your shoes, one would suspect here. Throw him a fastball at 95 miles per hour with good movement in on his hands, and he fouls it away.
Yeah, good location there.
What do you suppose this conversation is about prior to the 3-2?
Well, Cervelli, if he's got a good memory, he'll say, hey, you know what, every time we get a situation like this, we try to sneak a fastball by him, they give up a base hit. Maybe if you throw a slider, just throw it down. Doesn't even have to be a strike. Maybe he'll just wave at it. You got the pitcher on deck anyway.
Or maybe that slider gets by Cervelli like he did earlier to bring in a run. Now, what was that pitch, Chris? That was only 89 miles an hour, but it was in. Every time they set up in this game, they've thrown a fastball.
I think it was a slider.
Well, they came back with a 98-mile-per-hour fastball that misses way outside, and the Reds have him loaded for Mike Leake. Mike is our steel power tool performer. Against Garrett Cole last year in the month of April. 2 for 3, a home run, a double, pitched very well, and beat Garrett Cole. For a team that finished ahead of them in the standings last year, you know, it's very interesting. You look at that Pirate season, and we talk so much about, you know, you got to play really well in your division. The Pirates had a losing record against every team in the National League Central, including a 7-12 mark against the Reds, except for the Cubs.
And boy, did they ever clean up against the Cubs.
Beat them 14 out of 19 games. All right, Ray Searage, your very fine pitching coach, out for a quick word. They are loaded. Bruce, Phillips, Cozart, and Mike Leake, the batter. He gave himself up for a sacrifice, his only at bat. Trying to surprise him with a bunt hit here, and it's fouled away. That ball goes down to third base line. Leake could crawl to first base. Harrison is 20 feet behind the bag. Big chance here for Mike Leake. Fastball away, evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike with the bases loaded, and the Reds trying to add to a 1-run lead. In the air, short left field. Mercer going out to get it in fair territory to retire the side. Reds leave them loaded, but they do get a run. And they lead Garrett Cole and the Pirates at the end of 4. 3-2 our score. Fox Sports Ohio, brought to you by Meyer. By your local Ford dealer, Ford, go further. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the nation in the U.S. News and World Report's best children's hospitals in America back-to-back years. Boy, now you talk about opening night. Take a look at that on the Great American Insurance Building. Big crowd. They sold a ton of tickets for this game tonight. Now, a number of them probably have the option of turning it in for tickets to another game. Expecting a crowd upwards of over 32,000, and for the second game of a year for virtually every team in Major League Baseball, that is an unheard of number. Reds lead 3-2. Josh Harrison will lead off an inning for the 3rd time out of 5 in the game tonight, ball 1. I don't know who came up with the idea of opening night. Well, for those of you that have never been here, they have the red carpet in around a couple of areas where fans come into the ballpark. Players are there, and they'll walk along the red carpet and sign autographs and take pictures. It's a lot like, you know, a mini Reds Fest for a little while before a game. Today you throw in Urban Meyer and a number of the players from the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes that also did the same thing. And boy, it's quite an extravaganza. And a great idea. 3-1 to Harrison.
A great idea all the way down to the tucks.
Was that your idea?
No. But I don't mind it.
Don't mind it at all. You look very dapper tonight.
You look just like I feel I'm ready to order dessert.
You know, I thought maybe, you know, you and Beth and Polly and I could go renew our vows since we're dressed up so nicely tonight.
Well, neither of them are here.
And I don't think they're on their way.
And I'm not renewing any vows with you. So maybe we should wait for another night.
Perhaps. Well, not a good start to the 5th inning after the Reds have given now Mike Leake his 3rd lead in this game. 1-0. Pirates tied it. 2-1. Pirates tied it. 3-2. Leadoff walk to Harrison, and here is Polanco. Strike 1.
Even that pitch there, though, Mike is just a little bit off tonight, you can see. Especially from the height standpoint. That pitch was on the corner, but it was waist high. Polanco looking on the first pitch of the at-bat, something for a much better location for him to go ahead and swing.
Josh Harrison had 18 stolen bases a year ago. He was thrown out 7 times. Certainly an above average runner, not a burner.
No, but it might be a hit and run opportunity here.
Of course, Polanco also a candidate to swing and miss.
Well, you can see the idea that Leake and Mesoraco have against Polanco. Just kind of stay down, stay away, hoping that if he does hit it, he's going to roll over on it, get you a ground ball, perhaps 2. See, normally that pitch right there, arm side of the plate from Mike Leake, is something he can do in his sleep. Just one of those nights where you're trying to battle with your release point.
Well, if you're thinking about it hitting and running here, 2-1 is a count a lot of managers like to try it. Runner not going. 3 balls and a strike.
You know, one of the problems with missing consistently to one part of the plate, like Mike Leake has done right here to Polanco, is that you have ingrained in Polanco's mind what that outer part of the strike zone looks like. So he knows exactly when that pitch is off the plate and exactly where it is. So he's got a much better idea of the outside zone right now than he did when he stepped to the dish.
3-1 on Gregory Polanco. Harrison at first, and that is a walk. Back-to-back walks given up by Leake in front of Andrew McCutchen. Mike only walked 50 batters in 214 innings last year. So you know tonight is indeed an off night. He has 5 walks, only one of them an intentional walk. 2 intentional, I beg your pardon, both of them to Jordy Mercer. Now McCutchen. Andrew 0 for 2 tonight. Has bounced to third and lined out to Billy Hamilton his last trip, ending the 3rd inning. Tonight is the first 5-walk game for Mike Leake since 2010. 0-1 to McCutchen. We were talking about Milwaukee a little while ago. The Brewers rally for 2 in the bottom of the 9th to tie the game against Colorado. That game on to the 10th, tied at 4. When McCutchen first came up, and we talked about it when the Pirates had that breakthrough year in 2013, McCutchen didn't do much damage against him. But last year in the first game of this year, pretty significant turnaround for their all-star center fielder. They'll have to hurry here. Missed on the tag. Throw to first. They get the out there.
Well, Frazier's going to go over and talk to the umpire at third base, John Hirschbeck. Say, John, is he saying that he may have gone out of the baseline? Or would that be Frazier's argument? Frazier may be saying that. I think he believes he probably didn't touch him, but I think what Frazier's saying, he went out of the baseline. Of course, the rule is that you get 3 feet to vary to avoid a tag. And the question in John Hirschbeck's mind would be, did Harrison go more than 3 feet out of the baseline to avoid the tag?
Reds conceding the run here. Runners at second and third with 1 out. And it's ball 1 away to the left-handed batting Neil Walker. Walker has walked, scored a run, struck out. There is no activity in the Cincinnati bullpen, despite the fact that Leake has already reached 80 pitches in the game, and there's only 1 out with 2 on here in the 5th. Not a big number.
That's the activity phone.
Fouled away, a ball and a strike. We mentioned the 23 home runs last year by Walker. He also drove in 76 runs. They'll bat him in a cleanup spot against right-handers. When the opposition starts a left-hander, he'll slip down the batting order a bit. Bruce underneath will make the play. That'll be plenty deep enough to bring in the tying run. So for a 3rd time tonight, the Reds have had a 1-run lead get away from them. We're tied at 3.
Now, 2 of the 3 runs that the Pirates have scored tonight started with a leadoff walk.
One more out to go, and standing in Leake's way is Starling Marte, who has hit the ball right on the nose twice. Down, strike one. Marte lined to center field in the second inning. He doubled down the left field line and scored in the fourth. 1-1 to Marte. Well, the Reds indeed have activity in that bullpen. Tell you about who's down there in a moment. Grounded foul, and Leake ahead at 1-2. Burke Badenhop came over to the Reds during the offseason, a native of Perrysburg, Ohio. We did not see him on opening day. Still a ball and 2 strikes. The last couple of years, we have seen Marte primarily hit out of that leadoff spot, and Clint Hurdle, the Pirates manager, made the comment that he believes Marte's future is as a run producer and not a run manufacturer. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Please explain.
Meaning he's not the table setting kind of an offensive player, and I guess they like him having the chance somewhere in the middle of the lineup to drive in runs.
He was leading off for a while there. That's until Josh Harrison got hot and essentially took that spot over.
Strike 3 called to end the inning. A single run against Leake for the 3rd time in 5 innings. We're tied at 3 after 4.5 in Cincinnati. And it is a great deal. Various concession stands around the ballpark. You get a hot dog, a bag of chips, a 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand, Sargento's string cheese. You get all that for $9. So check out the Kroger meal deal on your next stop right here at Great American Ballpark. 4 more games to go on this homestand. Afternoon till tomorrow against the Pirates, and then the Cardinals come to town over the weekend. We begin anew. 3-3 this time, in the top of the order for the Reds. Billy Hamilton, ball 1. Billy 0 for 2. Bounced to first and struck out. 2-0. 2-1 to Hamilton. Votto waits in the on-deck circle. Now 3 balls and a strike. 3 runs, 4 hits for the Reds. They've left 3 on base. 3 runs, 3 hits and error. 5 left on for the Pirates, and they've drawn 5 walks from Mike Lee. Another borderline strike there. Boy, Cole gets that call, and he's tough enough to hit as it is. Slapped into left field. It will fall in front of the sliding defender Marte. And here we go. Billy Hamilton aboard to begin the inning.
Pretty good at bat right there, because Cole threw some marginal pitches that were either just on or just off the plate. And he didn't chase anything to get himself out. Finally put a nice swing on the ball, hit a line drive, and that got down just in time.
Although, you know, Chris, I would ask you, because, you know, you pitch in the big leagues, and we saw some of the frustration from Cole out there on the mound, and you said it could be, you know, really any number of things out there. Frustrated with himself, catcher, umpire. Hamilton takes off. Swing and a miss. In there safely, easily in there safely is Billy Hamilton. Question I was about to ask you is, Cole wore out Hamilton that last at bat on slider after slider after slider. Well, wait a minute now.
They're gonna send Billy Hamilton back to first base. And are they calling interference on Votto? Unintentional interference on Votto would not make the batter out or the runner out, but it would send him back to first base. And I think that's what he's causing right here on the follow through. As long as it's a follow through like that, completely unintentional, it's like no harm, no foul. They're going to send him back to first base.
So 0-1 to Votto, and they will continue to keep an eye on Billy Hamilton.
Now, the other type of interference, of course, when the batter swings and he falls over the plate in front of the catcher, and the catcher can't make his throw to second base, and that's when they get an out.
Oh, 2 to Joey. I want to get back to that question, though, I was starting to ask you there. The last at bat with a runner at third, Cole really worked over Billy Hamilton, slider after slider after slider, made him look bad. And almost that entire at bat, fastballs away. Surprise you at all?
Yeah, I mean, it does. I'm not a big fan of the pitch selection the Pirates have had so far from a pitching perspective.
Hamilton takes off, and no chance for Cervelli. So when all is said and done, Hamilton is in the scoring position after all.
Good time to go right there. 0-2 pitch. You're thinking, all right, Cole is going to waste a pitch right here. Probably going to bury a slider in the dirt. As it turns out, it's a fastball that goes down and in, and no way to throw him out. So now Votto goes into protection mode.
Joey 0 for 2 tonight, a strikeout and a ground out to third base. 2-2.
You know, what I really like about Votto and his approach at the plate is that he is one of the few hitters in the major leagues that are left that you can visibly see a difference in him when he gets 2 strikes on him. I mean, it's like your old little leaguer knothole coach saying, come on, shorten up with 2 strikes. Well, he's one of the only guys that still does that.
Two and 2 on Votto, trying to take a lead yet again, and Joey gone swinging for the second time in 3 at bats. 1 out in the inning. Frazier has been very, very good against Cole here tonight. A home run to the second deck in the first inning, a single and a run scored in the fourth. Ball one high.
Nope, strike one.
Ooh. I think even Frazier's surprised by that.
I think you're right.
Now, you may remember in front of Frazier's home run on opening day, Hamilton, with one out, stole third base. It wasn't a single by Votto that got Hamilton to third. It was a steal early in the at-bat to Frazier. Hamilton takes off for third. It's popped up and out of play. And man, he had a big time jump again.
He sure did, and that was right after that he was chased back there by a little fake move by Cole. Now Cervelli said, hey, remember we had Frazier where we wanted him last time up? And then we tried to sneak a fastball by him, and he got a base hit to left field. He came eventually around to score a run in the fourth inning. Let's not make that same mistake tonight in this at bat.
All right, if you're Billy Hamilton thinking along those same lines, maybe wasting a slider down and away from him on an 0-2 count. Does he take off with that in mind? Nope. Strike three call.
What a perfect placement of a fastball there. Frazier was certain it was going to be a slider that would break away from the plate. In fact, it was a two-seam fastball that starts outside and comes right back on the edge.
Look at the location of those three pitches in that at bat to Frazier. We put him up there a moment ago. Two strikes on the inside corner, and then a dart on the outside corner knee high. So now up to Mesoraco. Hamilton takes off for third. Steals second, steals third, 3 of 3 in that category to begin the year.
You know, Cole is probably relieved. He doesn't have to worry about him anymore. I mean, for Billy Hamilton, Garrett Cole, he's probably like a country song. I got you on my mind.
Wow.
When you're on second base, but at third, not so much.
Is that like a spin-off of the Willie Nelson tune, You Were Always on My Mind?
It could be. I'm sure that those words are in some country song somewhere. I'll have to look through your cassette collection and find out.
Showing your age now, cassette. Well, on the appeal down to Bill Welke, he said Mesoraco went around. And the Puxatawney, Pennsylvania native does not like it.
Well, what the umpires look for there is the bat head. Does the bat head go out there and look like it can make contact and be actually an attempt to hit it? I'll tell you what, Cole's kind of shifted into a second gear here in this inning.
Well, he allowed the single to Billy Hamilton to begin the inning. Has since fanned Votto and Frazier. Hamilton the go-ahead run at third with 2 away. 2-2. 3-2. Jay Bruce would be next, but first a 3-2 pitch on Devin Mesoraco. And a dribbler foul.
You know, kind of interesting on Cole that we mentioned that he was a #1 draft pick twice. He was once picked out of high school by the New York Yankees, a team that he grew up a huge fan of. 28th pick overall, but in the first round by the Yankees, and he turned it down. Rarely do you ever see that happen.
Rare indeed.
But he said he was not ready for college, ended up going to UCLA, where he was picked again in the first round. That time the first player chosen.
Once more the 3-2 on Devin.
Ouch.
And once more ties him up, but he's able to put the bat on the ball, breaking his back, but still hanging around.
I'll tell you,
that's one of the lines Urban Meyer said tonight. You look at this broken back.
I'm sure that there are a whole bunch of right-handed hitters in that dugout are glad that they don't have to face Garrett Cole every night. That is sore thumb city right there.
Well, Devin right back in there, tightening up those batting gloves. He has a chance to give his team what would be its 4th lead of this game. Runner at third in a 3-3 game. Another foul ball. This will be the 9th pitch in this at bat. Not many good swings by Devin Mesoraco, but he continues to hang around. Can he deliver here? Strike 3 called. Votto, Frazier, and Mesoraco strike out after the leadoff single by Hamilton. End of 5. We're tied at 3. Now this season, please stick around for Reds Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda, for a complete recap and interviews from the Reds clubhouse. Three runs, 3 hits, an error, 5 left on base for the Bucks. 3 runs, 5 hits, and 4 left on base for the Reds. Mike Leake has walked 5 batters for the first time in a game since 2010. 2 of them of the intentional variety. Leake is fanned 5, allowed the 3 runs on just 3 base hits. Alvarez knocked in a run his first time up.
You know, like a lot of left-handed hitters, Pedro Alvarez likes that ball down. He kind of holds the bat high, likes it down in the zone, and the 2 at-bats that he's had previous to this one tonight show you that he went down and got real good one-on-one that was down in the zone, and this is the one where it was down. I mean, he hit that ball off the left field wall, and this was a fastball at pretty much the top end of the strike zone right there, or pretty close to it. And that's the one he popped up with a couple of runners on, and he goes down for the second time, this time looking on a breaking ball.
6th strikeout of the game for Leake, 1 away here in the Pirates' 6th inning. Cervelli is struck out and knocked in a run with a double off the wall in right center field, coming back in the 4th inning. Strike 1 from Lee. '95th pitch from Michael, and this one in the air. Hamilton will run it down, 2 away. Told you the finale is slated for an afternoon tilt tomorrow. We will have the game for you right here on Fox Sports Ohio. Anthony DeSclafani is scheduled to make his Reds debut tomorrow. Came over in the Matt Latos deal from the Marlins. And the veteran right-hander who left the Pirates last year, returning this year, lost a whopping 18 games a season ago for Philadelphia, is A.J. Burnett. Leake appears to have a better breaking ball in this inning than he has had in the front 5.
You know, the old saying is when you don't have your good stuff or you don't have your good feel of a breaking ball, you stay stubborn with it, which means you keep throwing it and keep throwing it until you finally get it.
Pitch number 100 of the night is rolled over foul. Mercer intentionally walked each of his first 2 times in the game. A 2-out single by Mercer, and now it looks as though the Pirates are going to take Garrett Cole down. Young man we saw the other day who really gave Kevin Gregg fits in a lengthy at bat. It ended with a line drive to center field, but what, a 14 pitch at bat for Andrew Lambeau. Lambeau takes up an away ball 1. Told you about Lambeau on opening day. At one time a big prospect in the Dodgers organization. Either lack of production or injury. Wound up with the Pirates and had a spectacular short year in Indianapolis before being brought up to the major league club. 2-0. And 1 the count to Lambeau. Career high in walks for Mike Leake is 7, going all the way back to April of 2010 against the Cubs. He has just walked his 6th batter of this game. And will now face Harrison for the 4th time tonight. Harrison is lined to left, grounded to short, walked and scored a run. Reds have a left-hander, Tony Cingrani, getting ready in their bullpen, but of course Harrison is a right-handed batter.
Well, I would imagine either way this is going to be Mike Leake's last batter of the night. over 100 pitches. You got a left-hander coming up next in Polanco. So if he loses Harrison, you're going to see Cingrani, and then probably if not, he gets him out, you'll see Cingrani next inning.
Jeff Pico is the Reds pitching coach in his second year since Brian Price left as pitching coach under Dusty Baker becoming the manager. The Pirates have never led in the game. Reds led 1-0. Pirates tied it at 1. Reds went up 2-1. Next half inning, Pirates tied the game. Reds went up 3-2. Next half inning, Pirates tied the game. Staying with it, Frazier. And what a pick by Brandon Phillips to save a run from scoring. That was a one-hop throw in the dirt by Frazier. And Phillips able to snatch it cleanly before it made its way into right field.
Now, it took a tough hop on him. You can see he was in between hops for a moment. Wasn't sure whether he should charge that ball. Decided to stay back. Got enough of it to knock it down. But, boy, Brandon Phillips really made a nice save.
That is scored an infield hit. And as Chris speculated prior to the at bat, one way or the other, it would be the final batter for Mike Leake in the game. So he will leave with the bases loaded, 2 outs. Tony Cingrani, the one-time starter turned reliever. Our Skyline Chili called to the bullpen. He comes on to face Polanco with the bases loaded.
Authority of the Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, you talk about walking right into the fire. Leake, after retiring the first 2 batters here in a 3-3 game in this Pirates 6th inning, allows a single, a walk, and an infield hit. No wiggle room for the one-time rock-solid starter, at least his rookie year. But now a reliever, left-hander Tony Cingrani.
Well, Tony out to prove that he would be the biggest Reds bullpen acquisition of the offseason when he was moved from the starting rotation to the pen. He was very angry the first day they told him he was no longer in contention to make the rotation. When he slept on it, came back the next day and said, you know what, this is the best for me and the best for the ball club.
Bases loaded, 1-0 to Polanco, and there's a fastball in there, a strike.
And the reason being, in Tony's mind, and I talked with him about it, he said, you know, I just have to worry now about coming out and doing what I do best, which is firing my fastball and then only using my slider, not having to spend a lot of time working on other pitches to complete the starter repertoire.
Ahead now, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cingrani in 2013 was so good as a starter, a 7-game winner in 18 starts, 5 games out of the bullpen, an ERA as a starter of under 2.5. But then last year struggled with control with his secondary pitch and injury, and paid the price. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And you're really wondering if maybe one had something to do with the other, meaning if he struggled with his secondary pitches and he was trying to throw a slider down in the zone for really the first time ever, and it was difficult for him to get to. Arm began to bark. He kept it quiet, didn't tell anybody his arm was hurting, and the situation got worse and worse.
Bases loaded, 2 away, 1-2 to Polanco. Swing and a miss, and Cingrani slams the door on the Pirate threat. Pirates leave them loaded. They have left 8 runners on base so far tonight. Cingrani, his first appearance of the year, a good one.
Tie game, late night baseball here on Fox Sports Ohio. I'm Jim Day. Aroldis Chapman continues to get more and more acclimated with American society, and now he's getting involved in the community. Mount St. Joseph's, small Division III college on the west side of Cincinnati. You were looking at a renovated men's volleyball locker room right there. 80% of the funds came from a donation of Aroldis Chapman. Here's a picture of him with the team yesterday. They don't have a big budget, and here's the link. He befriended a senior on that volleyball team, Cesar Trigo de Serrano. He's a senior from Miami. His parents are from Cuba, and the two have become pretty good friends. In fact, Chapman attended some of the matches last year. When he found out just how much Mount St. Joseph means and has benefited the life of de Serrano, he wanted to help and ponied up 80% of the funds to refurbish that men's locker room for the volleyball team. So Aroldis Chapman, get involved in the community, and we like to see that.
Well, Jimbo, thank you very much. And Aroldis Chapman, thank you very much. It's a great story. All right, here we go. 2 balls and a strike, bottom of the 6th inning in a 3-3 affair. Jared Hughes takes over for Garrett Cole. What a year he had.
28-year-old right-hander had a big year last year with a lot of games. Hughes is a big, tall guy. I mean, he's 6 feet 7 inches tall. Drafted, signed, and came up through the Pirates organization.
Jay Bruce gone swinging, and that's the way it starts here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Garrett Cole, a lot like Mike Leake tonight, appeared to be, sort of grinding through it. I mean, Cole's stuff is far more overwhelming. Maybe 2 or 3 batters in a row, and throws so hard. But the numbers are almost identical tonight, with the exception of the walk total. Leake struck out 6. Cole struck out 6. Each allowed 5 hits. Cole in 5 innings. Leake in 5 2/3. Each allows 3 runs. Mercer on the run will throw out Bird, 2 away.
Tom, I guess the easy way to describe the difference between Cole and Mike Leake is to say that you're never really comfortable in the batter's box when you're facing Garrett Cole. I mean, the guy throws so hard and his stuff is so sharp. But you can take an 0 for 3 and it's an uncomfortable 0 for 3. But when you take an 0 for 3 against Mike Leake, you're thinking, I just missed that pitch and I saw it, I couldn't get to it, and it's a comfortable 0 for 3. The old comfortable horse collar.
But at the end of the day, it's still 0 for 3.
You're right.
And now Brandon Phillips. Hard hit ball. Popped up, snatched away by Harrison, and that did not last long. An 8-pitch inning for Hughes out of the Pirate bullpen. We're off to the 7th, tied at 3. They don't miss the first Super Saturday of the year, featuring a Todd Frazier bobblehead thanks to Coca-Cola, where the first 25,000 fans will take home a bobblehead of the Reds All-Star third baseman. 381-REDS, or log on to reds.com/tickets. Cardinals in town over the weekend. That'll be a night game Friday night. 1:10 games on both Saturday and Sunday. We invite you to come on down. Weekend weather-wise is supposed to be spectacular. Heart of the order for Cingrani. He came on a strikeout. Polanco in relief of Leak with the bases loaded in the 6th. 3-3 game. Slider low to McCutchen, who's 0 for 3. Ground ball to third. Line out to center. Ground ball to third again. Colorado wound up beating Milwaukee in extra innings 5-4 the final. So the Brewers begin the year. They are 0-3. Three other games still being played right now, all out west. Dodgers in front of San Diego. They're in the fifth, 5-2. It's a rubber game of that series. And the rubber game, the Giants and the Diamondbacks. San Francisco in the sixth inning with a 1-run lead, a 3-2 game. 3-1 now on McCutchen. And there is a walk to begin this seventh inning. Chris made reference earlier. In two of the three scoring innings against Mike Leake tonight, a walk started the inning and wound up scoring. McCutchen had 18 stolen bases in 21 attempts last year. Now we know Cingrani possesses perhaps the best move to first in the National League.
You're right, for a left-hander. Cueto's got it nailed down for a right-hander.
Walker turns around to bat right-handed for the first time tonight. He has one at bat as a right-handed batter in this series, and that was a single against Manny Parra in the eighth inning on opening day. Hamilton tracks it into right center at the warning track. One out. The right-handed batting Starling Marte coming up. You have the left-handed hitting Pedro Alvarez next. McCutchen at first after the leadoff walk. We're tied at 3 in the seventh inning.
Well, McCutchen's stolen base total has gone down a little bit in the last couple of years. Had only 18 last year. He did have 27 in 2013, but now that he's 28 years old, I'd imagine that number will continue to shrink. A little bigger lead now, but oftentimes against a left-hander that doesn't mean anything. Actually, the best way oftentimes to steal a base off a left-hander is get a very short lead to put him at ease, thinking, well, he's not going to go. He's got such a short lead. Don't pay attention to him, and then go on the first move, and that gives you a pretty good shot.
Now they haven't caught. And Votto, are they saying ball? I think they're calling a ball. And I think Joey may have heard it, thus the short arm throw down to second base, because that did not have any hair on it to speak of. And Brian Price is not happy about it.
Brian is not allowed to argue a balk. He's not even allowed to go out and discuss it. He knows the rule, and he's about to be ejected if he does, unless they want it. If Bill Welke really wants to pull him on him. He just wants to know, what did he do? Because that's all I want to know. And we still don't know exactly what it is. Did he cross the plane with his right foot as he came back? Doesn't appear. No, he just didn't step towards first base. He stepped towards home, and he threw to first.
So the balk puts McCutchen into scoring position, carrying the go-ahead run. 1 out and 1 ball and no strikes to Starling Marte, 1 of 3 in the game.
You know, if he's not called for that, you call it a good move.
2-0. Sangrani needing a strike, needing an out. And this one in the air, foul territory, will drift out of play. The Pirates had a chance to take their first lead of the game. Their last at bat, they had them loaded against Mike Leake with 2 out. Sangrani was summoned from the bullpen and struck out Polanco to leave him loaded. And now McCutchen in scoring position. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on Starling Marte. You're getting a look at one of the reasons why Sangrani is no longer in the Reds starting rotation. Gets a lot of swings and misses, gets a lot of strikeouts, but he also goes deep into a lot of at-bats. A lot of 2-2 counts, 3-2 counts. Thus, as a starter, you'd look up in the 5th inning and Sangrani would be right around 100 pitches in a game.
That's the kind of two-edged sword that you get with a starter that has great stuff. One of the things I'm sure that was considered when they thought about converting Aroldis Chapman to a starter. How many innings are you going to get out of him if he strikes out everybody and has a few foul offs and goes 3-2 and so on.
That ball stung, but right at Jay Bruce. And that is a very important second out, with the left-handed batting Alvarez coming up, although he is now being summoned back into the Pirate dugout. And they are going to pinch hit the longtime Milwaukee Brewer, who's had to battle through injuries the last couple of years, bouncing around the big leagues, and that's Corey Hart. Reds have a right-hander, Baden-Hop, ready in the bullpen, and after they announced Hart, Brian Price comes out and will bring on Baden-Hop to make his Reds debut. Sangrani, good work. 1 inning, 1 walk, leaves with a go-ahead run at second and 2 away in the 7th. The native Buckeye, Burke Baden-Hop, trying to nail down the final out here in the inning. Three game, Pirates and the Redlegs in game number 2 of this 2015 season. It's been a good one. And now making his Reds debut, Born and raised in the Buckeye State up in Perrysburg, Ohio, is Burke Badenhop.
Pretty good numbers right there. 70 games for the Red Sox last year. Low earned run average. Doesn't get a lot of strikeouts. He specializes in the ground ball.
And there's a ground ball, and the first pitch he throws into center field to hit. They're going to wave around McCutchen. The throw is cut off. So the Pirates have their first lead of the game, and that run will be charged to Tony Cingrani. Right down Broadway.
Boy, another leadoff walk coming around to score.
Not only a walk, he had a walk and a balk. It's been a rather inauspicious beginning for the two new right-handers down in that Reds bullpen. Kevin Gregg touched up for a couple of runs and a couple of hits in 2/3 of an inning on opening day. And Badenhop, 1 hit, 1 pitch, 1 run batted in. And by the way, Hart taken down for a pinch runner. Sean Rodriguez will take over at first base for Corey Hart. Feed to second, and that'll end the inning. Damage done again by a leadoff walk, a balk, and then a 2-out single. Middle of the 7th, Pirates have their first lead of the night. Sports 1 returns a doubleheader. Red Sox and the Yankees from the Bronx, followed by a playoff rematch from a year ago, Kansas City against the Angels. Coverage begins Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Jared Hughes remains in a game. Pirates with a 4-3 lead. Rodriguez takes over for Alvarez at first base. $30,851 in attendance tonight. That's a real good number for the second game of the year on this opening night of the year. Cozart, a pinch hitter. And that looks like Bosch, who had the big spring for the Reds, earning a spot on this roster, left-handed batter. And then Billy Hamilton. 1-1 to Zach. Good night for him. Double, a run scored, has also drawn a walk. gave you the statistical information on it on opening day, how the Pirates have really bought in to shifting on defense. They quadrupled the number of times they did it from 12 to 13. More than doubled that number, 13 to 14, and seemingly every batter, they have 3 infielders on one side of the diamond.
I think part of that, Tom, is the fact that nowadays the data from which you make that decision is so much more precise and accurate than before. It used to be the scouts would take colored pens and they would get a sketch of the field. They'd draw where they thought that ball went. And you would see general tendencies of a guy, well, he pulls it to the left side of second base or he hits it the other way. But now you're talking about exacting to having, you know, they'll move a shortstop 2 steps over on a certain pitch or a certain batter. And those guys may even change a little bit within the count, depending on whether the pitcher is ahead or behind the count. You don't really see all that many teams shift on right-handed hitters, but the Pirates, they'll do it, and they'll do it a lot. We've seen Frazier and Cozart tonight.
3-2 to Zach.
And you can see even in the foul balls. I mean, where is Cozart hitting those foul balls? He's pulling it. So if you've got a great percentage chance of him hitting to the left side of the field, why not put your fielders over there?
Pirates have double barrel action in their bullpen. 3-2 again on Cozart. And again pulled to the left side, right where the shortstop is standing, 1 away.
You know, I'm wondering if there's not something mental to it as well. That eventually, especially if you haven't seen it very much, Cozart goes up there and he's almost never been shifted on like that. And he looks up and he sees 3 guys on the left side of the field, and maybe it gets into his head a little bit. Or it may do the same. I remember talking to Adam Dunn many times, and he'd say, you know, I hit that ball as hard as I possibly can, and I look up and there's a shortstop on the right side of second base, and there he is to get the ball. It's unfair, and eventually it seems like that whole field is just one big pulsating glove.
Brennan Bosch had a big year last year trying to get his career back on track at AAA. You saw those numbers in Salt Lake City. Reds brought him in. He had some decent seasons in the big leagues going back to 2010 with the Tigers. Had home run years at 14, 16, 12. Only 27 games in the big leagues last year with the Angels. He had an incredible spring.
Well, he was, if you remember, the first free agent that the Reds signed over the winter. Did it way back in December. Won a batting title in the PCL. A little bit of talk back then about how the Reds could really use this guy, but no one really gave that much thought at the very beginning of spring training until he started hitting, and then hitting some more. And then all in all, there were 4 non-roster players that came in for look-sees and ended up being on the 25-man roster.
Well, he was among the Cactus League leaders in several offensive categories. 4th best batting average, 6th best slugging percentage. Tied for the team lead in home runs with 4 and RBIs with 14. 2-1 to Bosch. Started 2. Did he go? He went around.
When Jared Hughes keeps that ball down around the knees, given the fact that he's 6'7", has kind of a long arm angle or a high arm angle, that ball really has some sink.
Pirates with a 1-run lead. We are in the bottom of the 7th inning. 1 out, nobody on. 2-2 on Bosch. Pulled foul. Once more the 2-2 pitch, and once more fouled away, this time to the third base side. A couple of lengthy at bats to begin this inning. A 9-pitch at bat for Kozar. A 7-pitch at bat so far for Bosch. There'll be an 8th. And now pitch number 9 in the at bat coming up. I beg your pardon, this will be pitch number 10. Two away in the inning, and Billy Hamilton coming up.
Well, that's a pretty good grouping of pitches, all 10 of them. 7 of the 10 just right down there at the bottom of the zone.
Well, you got to believe either way, much like Mike Leake in his encounter with Harrison in the 6th inning. This will be the final batter either way for Hughes. We have Joey Votto in the on-deck circle and Antonio Bastardo ready in the Pirate bullpen. Bastardo at times over the last 3 years with Philadelphia was a real good left-handed pitcher. Billy Hamilton drops one into center field, his second hit. So Votto already looking across the diamond at Clint Hurdle, expecting him to come climbing up the stairs. Hurdle with 2 brand new hips this year. He had both his hips replaced during the offseason.
Oh, he needed it. He could hardly get to the mound to make a pitching change. Still working the kinks out, getting the strength back, but says he's got no pain and feels a whole lot better. Good man, Clint Hurdle.
Yes, he is. All right, so Hughes goes an inning and 2/3, allows a hit. Reds have the tying run, Billy Hamilton at first. Antonio Bastardo coming in to face Joey Votto. Does Votto, is he ready to deliver a big one? Pitcher is left-hander Antonio Bastardo. This guy first came to the big leagues, Chris. He looked like he was going to be a real good one for a long time. Did a nice job with the Phillies the last couple of years, but boy, that first year before an injury, he was dynamite.
You're right about that. He was a left-hander out of the Dominican Republic. In fact, he's from the same hometown as Johnny Cueto. Broke into the major leagues with the Phillies at age 23 and spent his entire career with Philadelphia. 67 games last year.
Now, does Billy Hamilton get into scoring position quickly here? Is he able to run on Bastardo? We brought it up on opening day. Votto has seemingly fallen into a pattern for an extended period of time now against a left-handed reliever of swinging in the first pitch any at bat. We saw it against Watson a couple of days ago, an at bat where he fell behind 0-2, ran the count to 3-2 before that base hit into left field.
Well, I think he's hunting the fastball.
Sure.
I'm sure he's got a reason behind it, and the reason is if you chart left-handed pitchers against left-handed hitters, especially relievers coming in to face the first batter, that first pitch is, they're taught to give you a fastball, get it right in and on his hands, and that sets up all the breaking stuff.
Now, most of Votto's power, what little he had last year with the injury, most of it, almost all of it, came against left-handed pitching.
Looking breaking ball there, and he got a fastball, a hittable one, and he's probably thinking,
All but one of Votto's home runs a season ago came off left-handed pitching. He has one in 4 career at-bats against this left-hander. And now Hamilton will advance in a scoring position.
so now they unshift, which gives Votto an advantage. Harrison was over here. Now he's gone all the way back to third, and the shortstop will go over and try to hold Billy Hamilton close. But these guys are just getting to know each other. I don't think that, I know that they've never been teammates in the major leagues. Cervelli's from Venezuela. Bastardo is from the Dominican Republic, so doubtful they ever played winter ball together or even in the same league. And as a reliever in spring training, there's a chance that they didn't really see much of each other.
One ball, 2 strike pitch coming to Joey Votto. And again in the dirt, and again smothered by Cervelli, but this time Hamilton will not advance.
He's going to nibble himself into a hitter's count. He threw 2 fastballs to get ahead 0-2, and now he's bounced 2 breaking balls.
Archimedes Caminero is getting loose in the Pirate bullpen. He is a right-hander. And now the 2-2 to Joey. Pull to the right side, into right field, a hit. Hamilton being waved around, and he will score the tying run. Votto comes through with a 2-out hit.
Right there for Joey Votto is the difference between having only 1 second baseman as opposed to having 2 or 3 second basemen on the right side of second base. You see where Walker has to play. He's trying to get as much angle as he possibly can to cut off something going into right field. But if you've got a shift going on, that ball is caught for an out.
Tell you, this could be a battle of attrition the way these two bullpens have started this 2015 season. We might only be 2 games into it, but both bullpens are having a hard time getting people out. Caminero, right-hander, will come on to face Todd Frazier. Big base hit there by Votto. Boy, that's a welcome sight for Reds fans. After missing 100 games, did Votto a season ago. First lead of the night, and just like that, the Reds have tied it with a 2-out rally here in the bottom of the inning. And now we get a look, our first look, Archimedes Caminero.
Well, you better look quick because he gets it up there in a hurry. Routinely in the mid-90s, sometimes in the upper 90s, even to triple digits.
Well, Frazier can turn around a fastball with the best of them. Ball 1. Hughes retired the first 2 batters in the inning, and Hamilton came through with a 2-out single here in the 7th. A wild pitch advanced him into scoring position, and Votto, after falling behind in the count, got it to even before hooking one by the diving Walker to tie the game. Was that a slider at 91?
Looked like it.
Wow. That's Rob Dibble-esque. Slider at 91, 92. Oh, ducked it. Is it fair? Is it fair? It is fair. Oh, we talked about he can turn around a fastball. That baby came in there at 99. And it left about 199.
Oh.
Frazier may see that slider again on this 1-2 pitch. Votto running and surprisingly takes second base. How about that?
And surprisingly, a fastball right there from Caminero.
Slider on a 2-2 pitch to run it full. You have Devin Mesoraco on deck. Votto doesn't look right. He looks like something's wrong with him out there at second base. Saw it when he went into second. Sure hope I'm wrong, but he does not look right at second base. had his helmet off there a moment ago, bent over, hands on knees. Getting over. But Votto with a 2-out single ties the game. 4-4 as we go to the 8th. And I'm not going to sit here and speculate. It just appeared that there was something, Chris, wrong with him after he stole this base. At least his body language, not only initially after stealing it, but the next 2 pitches subsequently.
Yeah, I didn't see anything as we just showed you running from first to second. And maybe it feels like a lot of people here had to wait almost 3 hours to get this game going.
See, here's where we noticed it when he took off the helmet and he bent over, hands on knees, and stayed in that position for probably a good 10 to 12 seconds. Hopefully nothing at all. Four game. We begin the 8th inning, and Big Jumbo Diaz takes over on the mound. He faced one batter, and that was Starling Marte. He struck him out on opening day. The Reds got the 3-run home run in the bottom of that inning by Frazier. Jumbo got the win in the game when Chapman closed it out. Eight, 9, and 1 in the Pirate batting order. And Jumbo has started Mercer 3-0. Pirates have scored a single run in 4 of the 7 innings tonight. 3 of those 4 innings began with a walk. And each of those times, that walk came home to score. In here to run it full. Jung Ho Kang stands in the on-deck circle. We did not see him on opening day. Cozart throws on the run beautifully, 1 away. So here comes Kang, one of 2 rookie position players on the Pirates' current roster. Came over from the Korean baseball organization, where he led that league in OPS. played in Seoul last year. He also hit 40 home runs and knocked in 117 as a shortstop. Pirates are very high on his future. And while it's pronounced as though it's spelled with a G rather than a K. One hopper to Frazier. 2 away. Now Harrison, if you're just joining us, young man who graduated from Princeton High School here in Cincinnati, an all-star a year ago. Finished second in the league in batting average last year at .315. The Pirates announced before the game today that he had been signed to a 4-year contract. I saw his mom before the game today. She is just a delightful lady. Beautiful lady. Her and her husband, we met them last year here at the ballpark one night, and she was truly speechless. Very bright, articulate woman, easy to talk to. Maybe we'll get her up here in the booth during the game sometime tomorrow. We had her last year for a game, for a visit. And can you only imagine what it's like? 2-0. Ball 3. I mean, this was a guy who was just trying to make the team a year ago. Survive. Been up and down from the minors. Chris, you talk about it all the time. If you're not a high round draft pick, how many chances are you going to get once you get that real chance? He got it last year and never looked back. 3-1 on Harrison.
He's a batter that stays quite a bit away from home plate. You don't see all that many hitters nowadays really standing at the outside of the batter's box, striding right in towards the plate. That's his game, and he's made it work for him. When he made the All-Star team, he did it really as a super utility guy. Just about everywhere they placed him, he could come through for him.
All right, let's see if Jumbo can put it on ice here in the 8th inning. 3-2 pitch coming. Straight away center field. 1, 2, 3 for Jumbo. Tony Watson will come on from the Pirate pen. Mesoraco, Bruce, and Bird coming up for the Redlegs. Lead has been taken in this game. The opposition has come right back to tie it the next half inning. Frazier in the first, home run. Pirates in the second inning, RBI double by Pedro Alvarez. Reds took the lead in the third on a wild pitch plating Zach Kozak. Very next half inning in the fourth, doubles by Marte and Cervelli tied it up. The next half inning, the Reds would take the lead on a single by Brandon Phillips, immediately tied up by the Pirates. And after the Bucks took their first lead of the game in the seventh inning on a single by Hart, Joey Votto tied it with a 2-out RBI single in the bottom of the inning. So here we are in the eighth. Tony Watson, the loser on opening day, as he will come on from the Pirate bullpen to face Devin Mesoraco. Devin still looking for hit number 1, 0 for 6 to begin the year. Well, he had a good rip right there and fouled it back.
Well, he doesn't get cheated, does he? Talk about a guy that gets his entire body into his swing.
Two and two on Mesoraco. You have the left-handed batting Jay Bruce next. And then a right-handed hitter in Marlon Byrd. Watson is normally one of those guys that he's dynamite against the lefties. He's real good against the righties. And he just strikes out Mesoraco to open the bottom of the eighth inning.
That's the weapon that you can use against right-handers. If you're a left-handed pitcher with a changeup, sometimes it can be more effective than a slider from a right-handed pitcher. And that was the pitch that went on the outside corner to get Mesoraco. That and the fact that Watson, pitches routinely in the mid-90s.
Oh, and 1 to Jay Bruce. He has reached on an error, drawn a walk, and struck out. 0 for 2 in the game. Jay hammered that ball off his right foot, maybe the right ankle area. Yep.
Oh, above the ankle. That's a shin burger that'll stay with you for a while.
One and two on Jay Bruce. Bouncer to the right side. And Walker will throw out Bruce 2 away. We just got a text from one of our all-time favorite guys. We were talking about Princeton High School and Josh Harrison. Many of you know Jason Jackson. He is the host of the Miami Heat pregame, postgame shows. Princeton grad, great guy. Loves the Reds. Whenever he can, even during the NBA season, he is dialed into Reds baseball. And Jason, here you are. Don't know where you are tonight, but if you're on Eastern time with us, young man, I am not surprised that he is watching Reds baseball. 1-1 on Marlon Byrd. Fastball on the outside corner, and that is a strike. Or so says Sam Holbrook. Foul ball.
Saw Marlon Byrd do that quite a bit down in Goodyear during spring training. 2 strikes, just kind of slap it the other way. They're playing him to pull. In fact, they've got the right-handed shift on him. When you pitch him away like that, and he's become very adept at just slapping it into right field. At least that's what he did in spring training.
Short pop-up. This might fall in. It will. Marlon Byrd's first hit is a Cincinnati Red. He'll take it. A little bleeder into shallow left center field.
Take him any way you can get him.
Brandon Phillips 1 for 3 in the game. A fly ball to center field, a run scoring single to center in the 4th, and a ground out to the third baseman Harrison in the 6th. A 4-4 game here in the bottom of the 8th inning. We waited over 2.5 hours before the first pitch from the scheduled start time tonight due to rain. One and 0 on Brandon. Breaking ball in there, a strike. Hard hit ball knocked down, and they get the force out on Byrd to end the inning. A hit a man left. We're off to the 9th in a 4-4 contest. The Cardinals in town. Our first post-game fireworks Friday show presented by United Dairy Farmers. 381-REDS. Or log on to Reds.com/tickets. 4 runs, 6 hits, 9 left for the Buccos. 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors, 6 left for the Redlegs. And in a 4-4 game here in the top of the 9th inning, leaving nothing to chance. With the heart of the order coming up for the Pirates, it will be Aroldis Chapman to take the mound.
Oh, you're playing at home in extra innings, 9th inning on. You don't have a save opportunity, so you bring your best in right now.
Chapman nailed down the save, retiring 3 in a row with a couple of strikeouts here on opening day.
Looked very good in the process.
Polanco, a left-handed batter. Andrew McCutchen, a right-handed batter. Walker, a switch hitter. The trio here in the Pirates' 9th. Chapman has delivered 26 consecutive scoreless innings here at Great American Ballpark. That is a Reds franchise record. Carlos Zambrano holds the all-time record. He had 30 straight scoreless innings in this ballpark as a member of the Cubbies.
How many meltdowns?
A few of those as well. 2-0 the count. Straight up in the air. Appears playable. No. Off the top of the dugout. Polanco has been on base once with a walk tonight. A pair of ground balls to Votto and a strikeout. Two and two. McCutchen stands in the on-deck circle. Of course, there always seems to be a little bit of friction between McCutchen and Chapman when they get together. And a base hit into center field by the left-handed batting Polanco. Boy, that is a rare sight.
And that's on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. We didn't see Chapman throw too many sliders in his debut on Monday. Comes right back with a fastball there, and Polanco plunks it into center field.
McCutchen 2 of 7 in his career against Chapman. Has drawn a walk, struck out 4 times, been hit by a pitch. But there have been a number of occasions where McCutchen may not have been hit, but he has had to hit the deck on high, tight heat. And really, that goes back about 2-3 years ago. 2-0 now on McCutchen. August of 2012. McCutchen hit with a fastball up around the shoulder, and he was none too happy about it. Pretty good rip right there. 2-1.
And he followed through and got Mesoraco again. I think he did it earlier in the ball game.
Oh man, ouch. Now, Chris, a lot of people at home might be asking, I would certainly ask, is that the catcher's fault? Are they too close? Is he too close to the batter?
Not when you follow through with one hand. I don't think it's a catcher's fault. That big follow through like that, in my opinion, there's no excuse for it. But we saw Votto do it on a play that Billy Hamilton was going to steal second base on. Got called back to first.
Frazier will go to first. Polanco in the scoring position. 1 out. Rocco might be trying to shake out some of the pain. That's getting whacked.
I mean, that's right on the elbow bone, and you don't know how that's going to end up feeling tomorrow.
Sure. Top of the ninth inning of a 4-4 game. Polanco, the runner at second, one out. Neil Walker, the batter. Walker, 2 at bats so far in this series, is a right-handed hitter. He had a single against Parra on opening day and a fly ball to center field against Sangrani in the 7th inning tonight. Broken bat roller. Frazier will look to run her back. 2 out. 1 more to go for Chapman, and Starling Marte coming up. Reds in the bottom of the ninth, scheduled to have Kozak, a pinch hitter, and then back to the top of the order with Billy Hamilton. Pirates have action in their bullpen. They have Melanson, their closer, should they get the lead. Reds are hoping it'll be Rob Scahill, which means we'll go to the bottom of the ninth tie. Off speed there, and that Marte way out in front. Go ahead, run at second. The runner takes off for third, swing and a miss. Again at 88, and again Marte looking dead red. Chapman trying to take care of Marte and the Pirates here in the ninth. Runner at third. Struck him out on high gas at 100. Chapman a scoreless ninth. Reds a chance to win it in the bottom of the ninth. Eighth, and now we have arrived on April the 9th. So these teams will be meeting again on this date, and that means Reds Live 30 minutes before tomorrow's game. So high noon, we invite you to join us right here on Fox Sports Ohio. presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Anthony DeSclafani came over from the Marlins in the Matt Latos deal. He'll make his Reds debut tomorrow against the veteran right-hander A.J. Burnett. Watson works a scoreless 8th inning, allowing a hit and a strikeout. And the Pirates will go to their bullpen once again.
Now this time for a newcomer to the Pirates. He came over from Colorado last November in a minor league trade. Rob Scahill, parts of 3 seasons with the Rockies.
Zach Cozart to lead it off, and for the time being it is Skip Schumacher standing in the on-deck circle. "41 big league games for Rob Scahill." And Zach fooled there, a little half swing roller foul, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Scahill had a very good spring. 10 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs. And you see the numbers in 12 games, all with the Rockies last year. Mike Leake, Garrett Cole, the starters in this one. Leake 5 2/3, 3 runs. Cole 5 innings, 3 runs. Hughes charged with a run out of the Pirate pen. Cingrani charged with a run. Neither one of them were in the game when the run scored. Bastardo allowed the single to Votto on the run charge to Hughes. Badenhop allowed the hit, which handed a run off to Cingrani. Cozart, a double to left center, scored a run on a wild pitch in the 3rd. Drew a walk in the 4th. And bounced out to the shortstop in the 7th. Strike 3 called to begin the 9th.
Nice little tight grouping there by Scahill, trying to keep it down and away from Cozart. He does that nicely with the slider to finish him off. Scahill was the guy that the Pirates brought up and kept on their roster when Charlie Morton had more issues at the very end of spring training and opened up a spot for him.
Schumacher did not play on opening day. So he bats for the first time here in 2015. You may remember he injured his shoulder and had to wait quite a while for his Reds debut in 2014. Injured the shoulder in spring training last year. We talked about earlier, the Reds led the major leagues in 1-run losses last season. Played 60 of those games, lost 38. And perhaps 1-run games and your record in 1-run games can be deceiving over the course of a year, because if you're a team that really doesn't play a lot of them, or if you're a team that bludgeons clubs with big offense and, you know, maybe you lose more than you win. Not a real telling stat. There is strike 3 called to Schumacher, 2 away in the inning. Chris, I don't know if you would agree as we look at the second called strike 3 of the inning. But I have always believed that this is where a little bit of football mentality comes into baseball. I'm not suggesting the tougher team always wins, because there is skill obviously involved and a little bit of luck. But there has to be something to a mindset. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You've played a long game. Are you prepared mentally, which perhaps could lead to physically ready to out-will or out-tough the other team?
I agree 100%. Well said. And those teams that end up on top at the end of the year win games like that, even going all the way back to early April. I mean, this game tonight is every bit as important as a game you may play in the month of September when you desperately need a win.
Oh, and 2 on Billy Hamilton. He's got a chance here. And he beat it. He beat it. Infield hit by Billy Hamilton. Perhaps there's some of that drive and that will right there by Hamilton.
Well, you never know where you're going to get your spark, and oftentimes the Reds are going to look to number 6 for that. As soon as Mercer's got to go more than 2 steps to his right, even as nicely as he plays that ball, and Mercer's one of the best defensive guys around. But he just fires it up in the air in hope, and Hamilton was already way past the bag.
Well, now Votto, the batter. He had the big hit which tied this game with 2 outs, plating Hamilton in the 7th inning. Votto 2 hits on opening day in 4 at-bats. 1 hit in 4 at-bats with the RBI tonight. Hamilton stole 2nd and 3rd back in the 5th inning. 3 of 3 so far this year.
You know, when you get back that easily, it really doesn't indicate that he's got a base stealing lead.
You got to remember with Hamilton, the Reds did not see Cahill last year. Only 12 games. All of last year, Hamilton was seeing virtually everyone from their move standpoint for the very first time. Well, you look like you might have been leaning a little bit there. Hamilton running, and a throw not going to be in time. 3rd stolen base of the night. What a night for Hamilton. 3 hits, 3 stolen bases, and a run scored.
But single-handedly trying to will this win for the Reds.
And now the Pirates will go back to their regular, if you will, defensive alignment. Not sure what this might be all about.
You know, I'm not so sure I would even pitch the Votto right here with the base open. Even with Frazier on deck. As hot as Frazier is, he's right-handed. Cahill's main pitch is a slider.
1-1 to Votto. A base hit could win the game. Outside, nowhere near the strike zone. 2-1. Well, we saw it a lot last year. We did not know how injured Votto was last year, where teams seemed to challenge him more last year than the old days of just give him the intentional walk.
Right, and not with a pitch like you just saw there, not a slider down and in, but with fastballs right underneath the elbows. Saying, here it is, hit it if you can turn on it. But that's a very difficult pitch for a lot of right-handers to throw, because the margin of error is you miss one way, you hit him, you miss the other way, and he hits you.
3-1 pitch to Joey Votto. And pulled it right into the teeth of the shift. And that'll end the inning. 1 in, 1 left. Well, we started 2.5 hours late, and we're going to tack on a little time on the backside. First extra inning game of the season. What started as quite a night on opening night here in Cincinnati, and now it's turned into quite a morning. 4-4 game. We open the 10th inning. Sean Rodriguez will bat for the first time here in the Pirate 10th. He came on as a pinch runner after Corey Hart knocked in a run with a pinch hit single. Rodriguez has remained in the game at first and on the pitch. Had a rough year last year, no two ways about it. After a great 2013, J.J. Hoover. You know, you go back to the numbers on that graphic. The home run ball killed Hoover last year. But opponents only hit .236 against him. It's interesting that a guy who seemingly gave up a lot of big hits didn't give up a lot of hits. And that one is off his glove or shoulder, and that'll be a leadoff base runner for the Pirates.
Well, I think, Tom, that a lot of that home run problem came from the fact that he was wild inside the strike zone. I mean, in 62 innings last year, he walked nearly a batter every other inning. So when you're wild outside the zone, you're wild inside it, and if you throw a straight fastball, those are the ones that get turned around.
That is scored a base hit. And now Francisco Cervelli to bat it. Squares around a bunt. JJ will get there and give a sacrifice to Cervelli, getting the go-ahead run into scoring position with 1 out. think if you were to get Brian Price in his office and, you know, fill him with truth serum, he would probably tell you that if there is any Reds player on this team that needs to get off to a good start this year, it is J.J. Hoover. He was so good. Remember, he had the long scoreless inning streak out of the Reds bullpen in 2013. I mean, he was as dependable as anybody down there in a very good bullpen that year that wasn't Aroldis Chapman. And the Reds were counting on big things from Hoover last year, especially when they started the season without Chapman and they had Jonathan Broxton serving as the closer. And it just never happened all year long for J.J. One and one to Mercer. Sort of ironic that J.J. Hoover, who led all the National League in most losses by a reliever with 10. His only win last year came on opening night in Cincinnati.
You know what you don't see very often that we've seen already in this inning is the number 7 hitter sacrifice bunting a runner over so that the 8th hitter can come into the plate.
.93 miles per hour on that fastball. Gone swinging is Mercer. 2 are out of the inning, and now a pinch hitter will bat for the pitcher, Scahill. And the batter will be Tony Sanchez. Opening day roster for a second straight year by Sanchez. Rodriguez at second with 2 away here in the 10th. Breaking ball snaps in there, a strike. Oh, 2. One more to go and foul away. Pirates are going to bring on their closer for the bottom of the 10th inning. 0-2 pitch on Sanchez. Oh, doctor, the entire infield and outfield had started to run for the Reds' first base side dugout, thinking this was strike 3. Oh, man. So Sanchez, however, despite being locked up on that breaking ball, as soon as the catcher caught it, he started shaking his head saying, nope, not a strike. Well, now Hoover needs to make a pitch. 2-2. Off the end of the bat. Hamilton underneath it. J.J. Hoover allows a leadoff infield hit, retires 3 in a row. Frazier, Mesoraco, and Bruce coming up. Bottom of the 10th inning. Todd Frazier to lead things off. Of course, on opening day, broke the tie with a long home run in the 5-2 win, and then his very first at bat tonight, another long home run. Reds would love to see one more of those right here and right now. Pirates going to bring on their closer. He has been mighty good. He was good as a setup guy and then has become very good as a closer in Mark Melanson.
He's been often used also. 72 games last year, 72 games the year before, when he also pitched for the Pirates. Came over from Boston in a trade. Cutter and curveball. We get a little bit of a sneak preview of what Melanson's going to throw, because he really is a two-pitch pitcher. And you can look into his glove from the center field camera. You can see that index finger of his kind of be bent up a little bit. A spiked curveball, and that was the last pitch he bounced in the dirt. His fastball is that. Not overpowering, but it has a little bit of a cut on it, which means it'll run away a little bit from a right-handed hitter.
Mercer handles a two-hopper, one away. Reds are running the first, Pirates tied it in the second. Reds are running the third, Pirates tied it in the fourth. Reds took the lead, bottom of the fourth, Pirates tied it in the fifth. Pittsburgh took its first lead of the game in the seventh. Reds tied it in the bottom of the seventh. And here we are in the last half of the 10th inning. Right around 1:20 a.m. Eastern time on this now April the 9th. There's Rocco 0 for 4 tonight, 0 for 7 so far on the year. Nice stretch there by the first baseman Rodriguez. 2 are out. Pirates have one reliever left. The Reds have 2. Manny Parra and Kevin Gray. Two down for Jay Bruce. Fastball, strike 1. You know, you look back in baseball history on the date of April the 8th. 2 of the biggest moments in the history of Major League Baseball occurred on April the 8th, and they came in back-to-back years. And that one banged into right field, a base hit by Bruce. So the winning run aboard with 2 away here in the bottom of the 10th. 1974, Henry Aaron homered off Al Downing. Home run number 715. 41 years ago today.
Wow.
40 years ago today, Frank Robinson became the first African American manager in the history of baseball with the Cleveland Indians. He was a player manager. Indians won the game 5-3. Frank Robinson managed the win and hit a home run in the game in the first inning. Now Marlon Byrd. A chance to play hero and beat his former team. 0 for 4 in the opener. Hitless in 3 at-bats tonight until the 8th inning. A little bloop single for his first hit as a Red. Bruce runs well over there at first base. Not a burner by any means, but for a big man, Bruce can run pretty well. Two and one now on Marlon Byrd. High pop-up down the right field line. This is a long run for everybody here. And no one will get to it. Pirates playing their no doubles defense, and they have the warning track basically is where Polanco is playing.
Well, the Reds catch a break right there. That ball was in the air for a long time. Fans are waving their arms like birds. Maybe looking for a big fly.
Two on Marlon Byrd. And the inning is over. 10 innings in the books. Pirates 4, Reds 4. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
Fox Sports Ohio condominium. Many times we've said party at our place. Well, since I'm dressed like a waiter and it's late night, how about after hours party at my place? Win or lose, we will put a capper on this one. Reds Live post game into the wee hours of the morning coming up, and we hope it's a big W. Tom and Chris.
After hours party. I've never been to one of those. Sounds like a lot of fun.
I would think if it already would have begun by now.
Well, Jim a little late getting the invitation now, but that's okay. No big deal. It is a big deal. It's 4-4 game in the 11th inning. Top of the order for the Pirates against JJ, who allowed an infield hit against Rodriguez to begin the 10th inning, then retired 3 in a row. Reds have Manny Parra and Kevin Gregg still available in their bullpen. Remember, Hoover last year a number of times was asked to go more than 1 inning. And that's when it seemed like, Chris, if you remember, where he would run into some of his problems, his second inning of work.
Yeah, you're right, Tom. You know, I talked to JJ a lot about last season and how he diagnosed it and how he looked back and what he was going to try to do to change things. And really it came down to the basic flaw that most pitchers go through from time to time, which is flying the front side open. He was trying so hard to get certain spin on his breaking ball, more action on his fastball. He'd fly his front side open and balls would be left right over the center of the dish. And he looks much crisper tonight. He's got 2 kinds of breaking balls. One's a curveball, the other's a slider. Curveball normally early in the count, sliders a put away pitch.
Harrison, another foul ball out of play, 2-2. Pretty good battle going on. Hoover against Harrison, and a ground ball. Phillips is there to corral it next to the bag, 1 away. Gregory Polanco, the batter. 1 of 4 in the game. Drew a walk. His only hit, strangely enough, came against the best pitcher from either team when he singled into center field against Aroldis Chapman and was stranded at third base in the Pirate 9th inning. Strike 1. Phillips will plant, cut it loose just in time to get to speedy Polanco.
2 nice plays by Brandon in this inning.
Well, here comes Mr. Clutch as far as the Pirates are concerned. A ground ball to third, a line out to center, another ground out to third. McCutchen walked in the 7th. Scored a run on a single by Corey Hart. And then bounced to third against Chapman in the 9th inning. 0-1. Liz, a right-hander, is the lone man left in the Pirate bullpen. What a night tonight by J.J. Hoover. He has earned the right to get a win here tonight. And that would mean the Reds coming up with a run when they bat in the bottom of the 11th inning. Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio, brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, proud sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds. Right along the banks of the mighty Ohio, we welcome you back to Great American Ballpark. The starting time of the next scheduled game in Major League Baseball is right here. Later today at 12:30. Radames Lees takes over on the mound for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Young man has not pitched in the major leagues going back to 2009. And Brandon Phillips not wasting any time to get a look at him. One out in the inning on one pitch by Lees. He has been pitching in the minor leagues.
Actually been pitching in Korea. Did spend last year in the minor leagues between AA and AAA, but for 3 seasons before that he pitched in the Korean Baseball League. Played a couple of different years in winter ball in the Dominican Winter Ball League. 31 years old.
Pirates saw him pitch in winter ball this year, and as hard as he was throwing and as good as he looked, they decided to bring him in.
And he had a good spring. Well, one thing that the Pirates excel at is taking pitching projects, not prospects, but projects, and turning them into real good pitchers. And they've got one of the best there is as far as a pitching instructor down in the minor leagues in Bradenton, Florida, in Jim Benedict. He works hand in hand in the springtime with Ray Sears, your big league pitching coach, and they have been turnaround specialists. And Lees is one of their most latest products.
Well, after Brandon Phillips swung at the first pitch in the at-bat, having never seen this young man, Cozart did the same thing, but it went foul. And now Cozart hit with a pitch on a breaking ball, and here's Chris Dominguez. You know, Lease was a guy who, you mentioned it, Chris, came up originally in the Baltimore organization. In fact, in 2007, that's how long it's been, he was their minor league pitcher of the year. So there's no doubt the Orioles had very high hopes for this young man. Won 11 games that year as a starter before being brought to the big league. Every pitch that he has thrown so far in this game that did not hit somebody, the Reds have swung at it. Dominguez thought it was low. Instead, it's called strike 3, 2 out in the inning. Reds only have one more player left on their bench, and that would be Christopher Negron. I beg your pardon, their backup catcher Brian Pena has not played. Pirates have used everyone they have on the bench and everyone they have in the bullpen. Reds have 2 relievers left in Kevin Gregg and Manny Parra. Billy Hamilton. Billy's first 2 times up tonight, a ground out to first, a strikeout. Has since singled, stole second, stole third, singled, scored a run, singled, stole a base again. 3 hits, 3 steals, and a run scored. Ozark over at first, 2 away in the bottom of the 11th inning. 2-1 now on Hamilton. Trying to keep the inning alive. Give Votto one more shot. Joey tied the game with a single in the 7th. Had a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th and grounded out. Three and 1. Hamilton showing good patience in this at bat.
And why not? Lees is, when he has pitched, and it really hasn't mattered what league, has always shown himself to be as much out of the strike zone as in the strike zone.
Votto will get that chance. 4 straight times Billy Hamilton has reached base in this game. That's how that on-base percentage jumps up the ladder.
And we've also noted that it's helped Joey Votto because it opens up the right side of the infield a little bit more. They don't shift as much when there's a runner on base, especially Billy Hamilton. So Votto's got a better chance. That could be interesting to kind of chart Votto's batting average and his on-base percentage when Hamilton is on versus when he's not on.
Oh, and 1 to Joey. 1 of 5 in the game tonight. Big base hit in the 7th when he tied the game on a 2-out single, plating Hamilton. And then had Billy out at second base in the 9th inning of a tie game, a 4-4 game. And bounced out to the second baseman Walker in short right field. Started 2. Takes away a ball and a strike. Cozart carries the winning run out at second base. We started this game 4 hours ago after a 2.5-hour delay due to rain. Looped into right field, a base hit. Here comes Cozart. Here comes a throw. Reds win. Reds win. Votto the hero tonight.
Well, our T-Mobile game changer, you're looking at it right there. Joey Votto with a single into right field. That scores a winning run. His 9th career walk-off hit. And the Reds, they outlast the Pirates tonight.
Well, we talked about, wins this time of year and games like this. The mental toughness, the physical toughness. Been sitting around here ready to play baseball since 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight. You get finished close to 2 o'clock in the morning, knowing you're playing at noon, 12:30 tomorrow, and you grind it out to go 2-0 to begin the year.
It depends which team is hungrier. And as it turns out, the Reds end up doing it. That's a big win.
Big win. You never know. You never know how big this win will be. What we do know is it's time for Reds Live, the postgame. Pecoro and Dave been hanging around, just waiting to talk about a Reds win.